Hello? Oh my goodness. Hold on, sorry. I literally, like, just set up. Jemmy, welcome in! Hello, hello! Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Hello, Raiders. My name is Princess. I'm a variety VTuber here on Twitch, and today we are playing some of the devil, but we just started. It's still the intro. How was stream today? How was Xenoblade Chronicles? Let me lower the background music. As you can see, we now have dog cam. Yes, that's right. Isn't that right, Hermes? We have dog cam for your viewing pleasure. It was great. Give Hermes a treat. A treat for Hermes from Uncle Eclipsed. A good Hermes. He's a very good boy. This is a treat from Uncle Eclipsed. Did I say you could get it yet? Not yet. Wait. Say hello to everybody, Hermes. Okay. Good boy. Still, no sound effect. Finger wag. Okay, listen. I got so many things going on. I got home at like 5:50. Immediately, I was like, you know what? I'm super tired from work. And stream is at 6:30. So I'm just gonna, you know, like take a cheeky 30-minute nap. So I napped. I haven't even eaten. The main reason why I delayed stream, I started delaying it to 6:30 was so that I could eat dinner. And I'm literally, as you can see, hold on. I'm mixing my dinner right now. My chicken salad. Very Xenoblade-y. Which one are you playing? 3? Which part are you at, Jemmy? Is this your first time playing, or are you like trying to plat it? Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you've been having a good evening. Also, Jemmy, if you need to raid and run, no worries. I know like we just started stream and you know I want to catch up with you, but if you need to go do stuff for the rest of the evening, feel free. I'm sure you're like, if you haven't eaten yet, I'm sure you're hungry. If you need to take a break, go get some, you know, hydration. Stretch your legs a little bit, you know, get that blood flowing. It wasn't a cheeky 30-minute nap. It was sort of. It was a little bit longer. Have to run, but have a great stream. No worries. Bye, Jemmy. Guys, if you haven't, please check her out. An incredible singer. Part of VTSO is how I met her. Super excited to start today's game, but for right now, I'm trying to mix my dinner, and we're gonna have a little bit of a yap session until I finish my vegetables, because today's stream we will be doing a lot of silly goofy voice acting, and I can't do that with my mouth full of salad. So Xenoblade 3 was so good. I thought it was okay. It was such a long game. I remember who redeemed it? Was it Action Production? Action Production redeemed it, and it was such a long game, and I was like, man, I like it. It's a good game. It has a good story. But when are we gonna get to the end? Because I wanna get back to playing some other games. Just unlock the no pawns for my party. I'm not really sure where I am in the story anymore. I feel like the no pawns were kind of early. No? I suggest Jemmy her to drink her 1 gallon of water. Oh my god. 1 gallon? That's too much. I have my 1 liter water bottle. The 1,000 milliliters here. 1 liter of water. That's what I fill up. Some other games, you could just say Jump King. We all know who you are. That's right. If you guys don't know, I love Jump King. Jump King is my favorite game. I like to say I'm a variety streamer, but the reality is I play Jump King mainly. And then a smattering of other games. You know, those other games will come and go, but Jump King is a constant. in my you know, streaming schedule. Okay, I feel like you know what I should have done? I should have poured this salad out into a larger bowl, tossed it in the dressing, and then like actually put it back to eat. This is a very long mixing, because I'm trying to like get to the bottom of it, and like because the bowl is so small, I have to like try to mix carefully so that like it doesn't spill out. Different Jump King maps are variety, it's true. Crazy how good Herbie's is with the dog cam. A natural in front of the camera, I know. Anytime he sees me like move the camera, he's like, ooh, for Hermes? For Hermes? Yeah, sorry bud. It's about 80 hours. Oh god, such a long game. All right, I feel like I'm almost there. I need to rotate my bowl the whole 360, digging stuff from the bottom before I'm confident that everything has like a touch of dressing with it. Because who wants to eat an undressed salad? Certainly not me. That would be literally the worst. Oh my gosh, also, I've been like, I don't know if I told you guys this, I've been like eating these like baked quinoas with my salad. So I like steamed some quinoa and then I baked it in the oven with some olive oil, some salt, some cayenne pepper. It's so tasty. Get the salad some clothes! I also like naked salad. That's disgusting. You're a monster. I don't understand how anyone can eat just raw leaves. Essentially, that's what it is. Raw leaves. You do too? That's crazy. That's crazy, Fearless. But how was everybody's day today? Oh my god. Hold on. I want to finish eating my food first, and then I'll tell you about my day. But how was everybody's Thursday? What'd you guys get up to? Well, I guess I could tell you while I'm eating. Sorry for the food noises. You guys are coming in so early. And also, I was lazy after I got home from work. And I needed a little bit of a nap to recharge. Thank you for all the hydrates, by the way. I will drink some water. Okay. Reason why I was like, oh my god, is because I went grocery shopping today. During my work lunch. And I was like, I keep hearing about people using lentils and like steaming it with their rice and putting it in soup. So I bought a bag of lentils that I'm gonna try to cook tomorrow. Apparently, lentils have a lot of protein in them. What is it? Is it like what are lentils? Are they like a bean? Is it a grain? But I'm gonna try cooking some lentils into some potato soup tomorrow. A legume? I see. Like a pea? Like a peanut? Are peanuts legumes? No, peanuts are nuts. What's a legume? Like, oh my god, what's a legume? Like, string beans? Peas and beans. Oh, okay. Got it. Today was quick. I nerded out and visited the Gathering store. Did you buy anything? Were there any 14 cards? The Goo Lagoon! It's true. I feel like I need to eat all the cherry tomatoes that I got last week because they're starting to mold. God, this is why I hate buying vegetables. You have to eat them so fast. It doesn't fit my schedule well. No 14. Did get some boosters and a new deck. And I might go back to play with people. Oh, was there like a tabletop gaming area? That's cute. I hope you can find some cool friends to play with. I love my veggies, Molly, totally. Yeah, you know, just some Molly with your vegetables. It's what all the kids do right now. It's all the rage. Did you guys know? I was like, I told you guys yesterday. I've been watching so many videos on like health, nutrition, and like trying to just eat better, I guess. And apparently there is a correct way to eat your vegetable or to eat your meal so that you can prevent a sharp, like, what is it? So you can prevent a sharp glucose spike. Ash, welcome in. Hello. Happy birthday. It's my Oshi Hermes. I know. Come for the dog. Stay for the VTuber, hopefully. But there is a proper way to eat your meal to prevent like a huge, sharp increase in your glucose. And it's to eat your vegetables first, your plant-based fibers, and then you eat your protein, and at the very end you eat your carbs. Or you walk after you eat. But or how you have a green starter before your carby meal. Apparently. A green starter like Bulbasaur. Ovarian Bastille Liberation Day. Chicken salad with Thousand Island is good. I've been using the QP sesame dressing. I actually really like the flavor of the QP sesame dressing. It's really good. A couple tablespoons of that with the salad. It makes eating vegetables bearable. I will say, I've been eating like this for about 2 weeks now. I will say that I'm like, overall, less tired. I have been getting the same amount of sleep, so it's not like I've been sleeping more. So I'm hoping that this means that, you know, as long as I continue to eat more vegetables, I guess, I will continue to see my energy levels improve, I guess. I don't know. Sorry, this bowl of salad is really big. We're gonna be here for a hot second. But I picked up lentils. And what else did I do? I grabbed some strawberries. Some celery, onion, carrot for the soup. already had potatoes. Princess wouldn't even know what you're talking about if you said big salad, though. I don't understand. Also, yesterday I had to go to the dentist for my like biannual dental cleaning, and I can't put it off anymore. I have to do my second crown. There's 2 more teeth in my mouth that need a crown, and apparently on the top left side it's cracked, so I need to get it replaced before the tooth actually breaks. So I'm gonna do that, and apparently I'm gonna need a night guard because the dentist thinks I'm like clenching my teeth when I sleep. So, do you have insurance to cover? Yeah, so it's $800 without insurance. With insurance, they cover half, so it's $400. Ah, your second crown, new babe plus. Yeah, so, gonna need... I'm gonna do my second crown this year. And then potentially, if possible, I'm gonna push the 3rd crown until next year. I don't know, you guys. Doing dental work just scares me. It scares the fuck out of me. They're so close to my, like, eyes and my brain. They're in my mouth. It's the worst feeling. Crown was $1,200? That's crazy expensive. Yeah, mine is only, quote unquote, only $400. It might be a little bit more expensive if I opt for the pure, like, ceramic or porcelain or whatever, instead of the, like, half metal, half ceramic. I need your prices? God. My dentist, my dental office, they're great. I've had my teeth cleaned by 2 hygienists there, and the dentist that does my, like, that did my filling and also did my crown, she's like amazing. I love her. She's so sweet. And like the reception is great. The receptionist always knows like how much things are gonna cost. She breaks it out for me, because fuck if I know about my insurance. I'm not gonna look that shit up. So the receptionist is also great. I think the receptionist was explaining to me, even with full ceramic, it would only be like an additional $200. So it goes from $400 to $600. It might be your insurance too, actually. For me, it's like I become hyper aware of the sweets and things I shouldn't eat, and I'm worried the hygienist will find cavities, and I'm like, are you mad at me? I'm always like, I did my best to brush and floss. I hope they can see that. Hygienists, how big is your mouth? No, 2 hygienists on 2 separate occasions. I will say, when the dentist was doing my crown, she kept telling me to open my mouth wider, and I was like, I'm sorry, this is as wide as I can open my mouth. And she was like, oh, you have a small mouth, and I was like, sorry. Sorry, my mouth doesn't give you enough space to work. I almost said I did my breast. No. I said best. I hate the dentist lecture. Yes, dude, I know I need to floss and brush better, but like, have you seen the world? Ain't nobody got time for that. That's why I put my floss right in front of my face when I sit down for the computer. That way, when I'm mindlessly watching YouTube videos, I can just grab like a string of floss and floss my teeth. I figure flossing when I remember is better than trying to like remember to floss before I brush my teeth at night. Because if it's anything I've learned, it's that I have to remove as many barriers as possible to doing the annoying thing. Because something is better than nothing. No use in being perfect. As long as I'm working my way towards doing it habitually, you know? Every dentist has always told me that I have a small mouth too. Oh my gosh, Amma. R.I.P. to us. Sorry, dentists who have to do work in our mouths. I always find it so awkward when the hygienist and dentist are talking to each other with your mouth wide open. I don't. I'm literally like, please, don't talk to me. Talk to each other. I'm going to try to disassociate and zone out because I literally hate being here. Also, guys, thank you for the head pats and the hydrates. Oh, I have hydrated. I'm taking a quick break. We're only halfway done with our salad. Hold on. Let me show you guys the speed run here. It's not a speed run. I still have that much salad. Out of that much. So, you know. But in the meantime, we'll sing happy birthday to Ash. Alright, everybody in chat, can we all please wish Ash a happy birthday? I will sing her a birthday song. Okay? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ash. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday, Ash! Happy birthday. Thank you so much for redeeming. It's my birthday. Alright, it was a nice little break. Now we are back to eating. The laughing gas makes that pretty easy. Laughing gas? I've never had laughing gas. We have microsurgery now. We can do certain procedures on people without cutting them all the way open. Let's do microdentistry. Hello, I'm here. One more tea. Your jaw will be exhausted after that. Charge for no conversation? That's crazy talk. Literally give the Uber driver 5 stars if they don't talk to me. Just drive me from point A to point B. You know what I mean? Why no key change at the end? I tried my best. I'm trying to eat. But Cap also redeemed it's my birthday. Hold on. Let me chew. Let me actually chew my food and not unhinge my jaw like a snake. Not like I could do that anyways. Because I have lockjaw. Or like, not lockjaw. I have some weird like job condition. Is it TMJ? I don't know. I have some weird jaw thing that like every dentist I've ever been to has commented on. And that's also why I told the dentist when she was doing the crown in my mouth, I was like, I can't do what you're asking me. Like, I can't open wider. Because if I do, my jaw will click into place. And I don't know what will happen if I hold it open for that long. It's always been like a quick open, very quick click. And then like, I'll close it right away. And then the jaw like goes back to normal, you know? All right. Everybody, please wish Cap a happy birthday. We will sing him a birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cap. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Cap. Thanks for redeeming. It's my birthday. Okay, we're back. 2 birthdays in one stream. Too bad there's no VTuber dentist. When working on your mouth, they can say, a crown for the princess. Oh my goodness. More like Tyrant Capricorn explains everything. We learned that the name is short for casual Capricorn. Does it? Is that what it means? Short for Tyrant does explain his Napoleon complex. Are you gonna take that talk from them? Are you gonna take that smack from them, Cap? I bet that was huge. Come on. Have you guys looked up your like zodiac fortune for the year? Apparently, in the year of the fire horse, my zodiac is gonna do pretty well, as long as I can adapt and stay flexible. No, why would I? It's just something fun. You know, you don't have to take it seriously. Do I need to go to a fortune person? No, I think you can like look it up. Like you can see like if you're a rooster, or if you're a rat, or if you're a dragon, you know, what will your fortune be in the year of the fire horse? Fire! Passion! Meet cute year for you. Year of the dragon is coming to a close, yeah. Wait, last year wasn't dragon. Last year was year of the snake. I think dragon was 2 years ago. Right? No, the year of the horse is coming up. This year is the year of the horse, and the element for this year, or like this 12-year cycle, the element for the next 12-year cycle has been like fire. I don't know what comes after fire, but it's snake is coming to an end and horse is coming up. I think you're like a year behind. Dog, sheep, tiger, horse is supposed to have a good year. 2025 was wood snake. I guess like, cause I was like thinking, it was like fire a couple times. Maybe the elements rotate weirdly too. I don't know. But you're 36? I don't know what that means. Maybe because, are you born like somewhere at the beginning of the year or at the end of the beginning of the Lunar New Year, or the end of the Lunar New Year? It could be that, like, technically right now It's still year of the snake. In 1 month. When is it? I think this year Lunar New Year is on the 15th. Lunar New Year. The 17th. This year, the year of the horse starts on February 16th. So until, or 17th. So until February 16th, it's the year of the snake still. It's impossible for you to be a snake if you're 36. I'm confused. It might be because you're at the very end, and you're like, you're still counting that? I'm not sure. Depending on the month that you were born, I don't know. Horseradish pie! Are you having horseradish? But yeah, have you guys checked your fortune? You guys should. Just to see, like, what the things you have to worry about this year are. Let's let's look up this year. Chinese zodiac. Get the fuck out of my face, AI overview. But if I'm dragging, then 12 years later, it would be dragging again, then 12 years later after that. 36. But I'm confused because, yes, I would be born at the end of the year of the dragon. Yeah, I mean, just, you might have your zodiac wrong, or it might be the year that you were born. It might have been that year, the Lunar New Year started a little bit later. Like, in late February. Depending on when your birthday is. I don't know, right? You've never redeemed your birthday. So, we can't check. But, okay. So, the year 2026 is the year of the horse. Starting from February 17th, 2026 to the 5th in 2027. So, let's take a look. Let me see. Okay, so we'll go through the predictions because I'm still eating. We'll go through the predictions because I am trying to eat my salad. So if you're a rat for this year, rats are in for a solid 2025. Quick thinking and unique perspectives will lead to some successful decisions. Entrepreneurship and career advancements are in the cards, along with building positive relationships with your crew, pals, and fam. Oh wait, never mind. That was 2025. In 2026, for rats, you'll face challenges leading to potential conflicts at work. Patience is key. Financial prospects are average with no significant gains. In love, if you're single, you may meet someone special, so take the initiative. Your health might decline with emotional fluctuations. Focus on mental well-being, maintain stable relationships, and avoid impulsive actions. Take that, rat. Okay. Okay, for oxes, if you're an ox, in 2026, you also may face challenges due to Tai Sui. I think Tai Sui is like one of the gods. Leading to difficulties and stagnation at work. Important to stay optimistic and adjust your mindset. Avoid conflicts with colleagues and manage heavy workloads by staying home. Financially, be cautious with spending and plan carefully to avoid stress. Consider saving regularly to build stability. In love, single individuals should look for potential partners with similar interests, while those married should address any conflicts proactively. Health-wise, watch for minor issues, especially abdominal, and maintain good habits. Pay attention to mental health, rest well, and exercise to relieve stress. Okay. The rat tricked the ox, right? They deserve each other. Okay, tigers in 2026. So tigers are going to benefit from Tai Sui, enhancing life and stability. Your career will thrive with opportunities for promotion and salary increases due to your decision-making skills. Financially, you'll enjoy stable income and good fortune with valuable projects and investments coming your way. In love, your charm will attract potential partners, leading to meaningful relationships. Existing relationships will deepen, possibly welcoming new family members. Health-wise, you'll be energetic. Maintain a regular routine and exercise to boost your well-being and support your ambitions. It's true. Live Hermes reaction. Being a tiger sounds nice. I want to be a tiger. You know my sign? What's my sign? I don't think I ever said it. Who knows? Rabbit horoscope in 2026. In 2026 as a rabbit, your career will be stable, but you should stay cautious, especially in autumn. Seek mentors for guidance. Financially invest in winter or spring for the best returns and avoid unnecessary spending. Be careful with interactions to prevent conflicts. Health-wise, women will generally be stable, but men should watch for health issues and spend more time with family. Regular checkups are recommended, especially for heart health. Do you hear that? If you're a rabbit, go get regular checkups. Exactly, I love the cow. I do? I don't think I've ever mentioned it on stream. So, if you know, I don't know how you would know. Rabbit, he can't hug his mom. That's so funny, Duo. Okay. Dragons in the year 2026. In 2026, as a dragon, you are eager for career success and constantly seek opportunities. With the help of lucky stars, opportunities may arise, but your judgment will be tested. Choosing the wrong industry or investment can lead to disappointment. You need a broad perspective to make the right decisions for good outcomes. Financially, your income may not meet expectations despite your efforts, but it remains stable compared to the previous year. You have a clear financial plan and can earn more with hard work. Those setbacks may occur. In relationships, challenges with elders may arise, possibly leading to conflicts. Relaxation is important, but maintain boundaries. Health-wise, you should rest well to recover from work fatigue. Be mindful of mental health and avoid unhealthy habits. Pay attention to your and your family's health, especially female elders. Ugh, dragons. The most popular year to have a baby, especially a baby boy. My brother-in-law is a dragon. What an omen. Okay, for snakes. Okay, if you're a snake. In 2026, your career will be stable and steadily improving, with help from benefactors and lucky stars. Allowing success in any industry, especially in finance and investment. Your wealth will grow significantly, but you should have a long-term perspective on investments. In terms of romance, opportunities for singles are limited, so enhancing personal charm is important. Health-wise, ensure you rest properly and maintain a balanced routine to avoid overexertion. I don't understand why you want a dragon child. It's 50-50. Do the best in life or have the shittiest life. Yeah, that's true. Okay, horses. All right, horses in the year of the horse. Your career will see an upswing. You're sociable and quickly form good relationships with colleagues, excelling in teamwork and potentially meeting a benefactor. Financially, you'll be stable with steady income and possible unexpected gains, but manage your wealth carefully. In relationships, expect some conflicts. Married individuals should communicate to resolve issues. Health-wise, be extra cautious and watch for accidents. I have so many monkeys in my life and Scorpios. I'm tired. What does that mean? Why would you be tired of monkeys and Scorpios? Ash said, so I thought I was a monkey, but then upon looking it up, no, I am a sheep. Okay. So this is yours. This is yours, Ash. Goat/sheep. In 2026, your career will rise steadily, whether you're employed or running a business with potential for promotions. Business owners will see increased orders and profits. Financially, you'll experience growth in both regular and investment outcome. In love, singles might meet their ideal partner while traveling, leading to a sweet relationship. Health is stable, but ensure home security during travel to avoid theft. Sheep, Capricorn, Aquarius, Aries, no wonder I am crazy. Scorpio's gonna scorp and monkeys are very head in the clouds. And to meet my ideal partner, Peak, you gotta travel. Apparently you gotta travel this year to meet your ideal partner. All right, monkeys in the year of 2026. You'll face both opportunities and challenges in your career. Your courage and quick thinking will help you seize your opportunities, but beware of jealousy and potential false accusations. Financially, your income will be stable with potential bonuses if you remain diligent. However, your luck with investments may not improve, so plan your expenses wisely. In love, your prospects are rising, with a high chance of meeting someone special at social events. Health-wise, be cautious as work stress may lead to serious issues. Balance work and rest to maintain your well-being. Meet cute in store. All right, if you're a rooster or a chicken, here's your year. In 2026, you'll have a laid-back attitude, but may face competitive challenges, which will push you to try new things. You might transition from an administrative role to sales, enhancing your skills and gaining recognition. Financially, you'll see growth with potential salary increases and bonuses. Entrepreneurs, especially in female-focused industries, may achieve significant profits. In love, singles may find a compatible partner, while married roosters gain respect and independence. Your career and finances will thrive, providing strength and energy. However, remember to maintain good health habits for continued well-being. Roosters are going to have a great year. It's going to be fantastic. Respect the rooster! Okay, dogs. Dogs in 2026. Your career will be stable with good opportunities and smooth collaborations. By seizing these chances, you may get promoted. Communication with family will be positive. You might travel often, so be cautious to avoid disruptions. Thank you for the pie. Financially, income will rise due to good job performance and side ventures, but manage expenses wisely to prevent losses. In relationships, you'll feel loved, and single individuals will find suitable partners. Married individuals will maintain stable relationships. Health might be an issue, so focus on self-care, regular meals, and rest. Avoid stress and fatigue. Adopt healthy habits and stay positive. You're angry? Why are you angry? Is it because of work? Is it work angry? Alright, pigs in 2026. This is the last one. Not me trying to finish quickly as well, because this is the last one. And I was doing this to procrastinate and eat a little bit more. In 2026, you will experience steady career growth with the help of a benefactor. This support will help you find clarity and achieve success. Financially, while your regular income increases, be cautious with investments as you might face deceit. In relationships, be wary of fleeting romances and choose partners carefully to avoid being misled. Health-wise, you may face declines due to stress or recurring issues, necessitating frequent medical attention. Focus on maintaining balance and self-care. All right. That is the predictions for the 12 zodiac signs. What do you guys think? Is your horoscope for the year good? Anything you have to look out for? Ash is gonna meet someone when she travels. Tommy's gone, no! He's tired of being on camera. He's resting off camera behind me. Hello, Daya, welcome in. Some a-hole in the car behind me was shining a laser at me while I was driving. Oh, Jesus. Can you, like, report them for that? Isn't that illegal? Like, an actual laser? And not, like, an over-exaggeration of their high beams being on or something? Batman is always where he needs to be. Unless he's indisposed. That happens sometimes. I think I missed mine, but I'm okay. Might have been at the beginning. When you were trying to guess my my zodiac. Oh my god, a literal laser? That sounds illegal. Can you, like, blind someone like that? Okay. I'm done. Finally. I'm chewing the last bite. Let's open up this game! Okay. Are we here? Probably while I was up grabbing a bag of chips. That reminds me, I was so mad for months at people with bright white headlights. Then I realized I also have bright white headlights and drive an SUV, so I'm probably binding people worse. You're the kind of people I hate on the road. I hate the people in SUVs that, like, have headlights higher up, but they're, like, pointed right at my car. Definitely. So now I'm gonna be a petty bitch and file a report. Do it! Do it! You have their license plate. You have video evidence. As a reminder, streams were delayed to 6:30 so she could eat dinner before streams. She has finished dinner at 7:27. Oops. Why are we displaying my crimes for everyone to see? The most unapologetic oops ever. We had a nice, relaxing time talking about horoscopes and, you know, wondering how our fortune is for the next year. How's your friend dinner? It was great. We caught up and because it's been like 3 or 4 weeks since we had dinner together. I dropped off her Christmas gift and then we caught up on her and her stupid ex because he's so crazy. And then we just talked about, like, life in general. Talks about the year and how it would go. It's why I specifically was interested in, like, oh, what's my zodiac fortune for the year? Because we talked a little bit about it, so I thought you guys might find it interesting too. Because Twitch TV, Princess Rosca is your #1 source of princess information. Yeah, but you don't have to broadcast my crimes that blatantly. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? Oh, he's back. He's back, you guys. What's he doing? What's he doing? Hermes, go lay down. Go lay down. Lay down. Go to your bed. Good boy. Thank you. You want to get your toy? Play with your toy. Get your toy. Hermes, get your toy. Go on. Get your toy. Get your toy. Good boy. Good boy. Get it. Go on. Get it. Get your toy. Good boy. Get it. Get it. Good boy, Hermes. Get it. Get it. You got it. Go on. Get it. Get it. Get it. Yeah, get it. Good boy, Hermes. Get it. Good boy. Good boy, Hermes. Get it. He's so confused. He's like, Mom, I don't know what you want me to do with it. It's unbiased reporting. Wow, Princess really hates that Pikachu. No, Hermes says. Good boy. Good boy, Hermes. Good boy. Yeah. Get it. Get it, Hermes. Yeah. Yeah, get this fluff. Hermes, get it. Get it. Good boy. Watch him rip this Pikachu apart. You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Hermes refuses to pierce it and only reluctantly grabs it with his teeth when commanded to by the person he trusts the most. No, he's ripping into it. Look at that. Look at that. Do you guys see him? He's so cute. This is my favorite, like, when I can see him playing with his toy like this is like my absolute favorite. I hope you guys enjoy. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know, long before the police get there in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me not to get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. I don't think the Pikachu is into it. Yeah, I know, right? She doesn't? The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still. Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. Get him! He's a vicious killer! Are you a vicious killer? Are you my vicious killer? Are you my feral animal? You are. You are my feral animal. I love you. I love you. I will give you one extra treat. My feral animal. I love you. Good boy. Good boy. Let me scratch your nose. Let me give you some nose scratches. Good boy. Good boy, Hermes. Okay, I'm gonna start streaming, okay, bud? Okay. In-flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. And the cause of death is being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart started pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0, and there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? Why? Wait, hold on. Why is it so loud right now? Is the game kind of loud for you guys? I feel like it is, right? Okay. I feel like that might be a little bit less crazy there. Okay. It was a bit loud. Okay, is it better now? Should we lower it even more? Our pupper friend returned! Oh my god, Dio's streaking in chat! They don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why, are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. Volume is good. Thank you for confirming. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So, it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense given what we know, and what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. So whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. While the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is, it's their families finding them in the living room, and not beat cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm going to take a look around now. Yeah, sure, make yourself at home. What's that face for? I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found father. Like in the movies? Like in film. Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene. I see. Ooh. There is an outline. And so this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for this ARCS. Sorry. They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. Starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. Body! Body check! Says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something? Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would have think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly. So, what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. Table! Better take a closer look. Read. Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems. All the docs were take-home safe, nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Warm android blood saves soldier's life. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android in a way that no other competitor's product could. A brave private, name withheld, was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving universal donor synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that looked good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag, and then some. And people in the capital are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Mathing said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with warm models. This story's got people talking. If we just ignored our constituents' feelings on the matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians, and I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, "Oh damn, you're not logged into this device. Why don't you pop your user details down below and enable crumbs so you can get the user experience you deserve?" This is that article that I've seen going around. But why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. Military contract? They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilt all over the globe. We've got a cup. Spilled alcohol. The arc shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. So does that mean wherever this spill came from must be clean as well? Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old. You recognize it? Sure, he was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No, even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. A second cup! 2 cups, one empty, knocked over, and one mostly empty. The These look cheap. Did his guest bring them?
I've seen them before, in the basement liquor cabinet.
He kept these lying around?
I knew
he regifted those crystal glasses I got him.
Arx says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however.
Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test.
Inconclusive could mean...
Inconclusive means inconclusive, that's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting.
Father's prints are on both cup, as expected. But there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night.
Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup. It doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to...
Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to?
Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or...
No, there's space for a name, but the field is black.
Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes! Yeah? There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask. Sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor. Hi, Hermes. Can we get a Hermes redeem? We have a treat for Hermes redeem, if you'd like. I was afraid you'd say that.
I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean?
It means that whomever those prints belong to has very proactive representation. Quiet, welcome, and thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. Why is it 1K treats? It's because I don't want Hermes to get fat, so it's gotta be worth it. The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name.
That easily.
Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. What did the witness have to say for themselves, detective? To paraphrase. Inside Out Ski! Thank you for redeeming treat for Hermes. Look at him, he's so ready. Are you ready for a treat, Hermes? A treat from Uncle Inside Out Ski? Yes, a treat from Uncle Inside Out Ski. This is for you. Hold on. I'm not ready to give it to you yet. I'm not ready to give it to you yet. Wait. Good boy. Okay, go on. Good boy. Thought he was asleep. He'll wake up for treats. He's a dog. He'll wake up for treats. Good boy, Hermes. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. You're so good. How come Princess gets 1 treat head pats and Hermes is 1K treats for a treat? It's cause I'm a human and I'm not eating anything when you give me a head pat. What if I just redeemed that like 10 more times? You can't. There's a 45-minute cooldown on it, and you can only redeem it 5 times per stream. I was smart. I didn't want Hermes to get fat. I knew if I left it unlimited, you guys would spam it. So I made it, you know, I made it limited. You were a dog once before you turned into a human. Yeah, but I'm a human now, so you know. Maybe we'll do a head pat redeem for Hermes. I'll think about it. To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The 2 of them talked and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse. All of the witnesses' vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken? then there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith. Penumbra is set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Asher's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the Penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers, plural? Yay, okay, bye. If I don't catch you before end of stream, I smell like sandwich smoke. Oh, well, I hope you have a nice relaxing evening getting rid of your sandwich smoke. I don't have time to trade jabs with the law offices of Johnson, Johnson, Johnson & Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Kokler, Gustav, Prince & Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. What? What does that even mean? I don't know. Needed a moment to think. So, that was it? One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look, they were searched, they didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim. J, and J, of course. But they aren't dead or even ill from the sound of things. So you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from a safe bottle. That's what the evidence is telling us? There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body.
An unidentified foreign substance.
Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying, but that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras? There's no cams in the lab or the basement.
That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully?
It's intentional. If cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly till the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage.
At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died.
Yeah, that's worth investigating. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out, a party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. What's this? Observe. Police androids monitoring the scene could almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park.
Pardon.
Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before?
Because I haven't in person.
David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its gin if you're that curious, unless that's considered too forward or whatever. I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the rundown, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view is secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible.
Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows?
Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars.
I didn't know that.
Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse from more than
Why did he care so much about his windows?
That was a good question. I don't know. A chessboard and a data pad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CX, D4, NX, D4. This is a cipher? Some kind of secret message, perhaps, or...
Black has checkmate in 40 moves.
Wow, a robot that's good at chess! We ought to put you in a museum! But I'll take your word for it.
What do you mean? Do you not play Adonai?
No, especially not against David.
Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing.
A game? Every game starts the same, each player. But it didn't look like... But, like, it had X and D and stuff. I didn't think that chess went up to X. Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too... boring. Too fair. The smarter player wins every time.
And that is something you take fault with.
It's future chess! I don't know. Of course. How's a gal like me supposed to win a game like that? Seems like everything on the critical on this side of the room, which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. Three unwashed dishes and a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job. Yeah, there are prints. Most match the victim. But there's also... Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that! All I did was walk over to you.
You knocked over the salt, Adonai.
I was focused on the task at hand! Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod.
Adonai, the salt!
As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink, they were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass?
You need to toss it over your shoulder.
Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon?
It's bad luck, Adonai.
Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames? That's genius! You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Mature.
It's bad luck.
What have you been going on about? The salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition? The name Serra calls Morgan, Adonai, is pronounced Adonai. Oh, Adonai. Okay. They did mention it was Hebrew for master. I just have never seen that word, so I don't know how it's pronounced. But thank you for telling me. I will try to say Adonai. 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 Okay, I will try to remember.
It's not a superstition. It's an ancient wisdom.
Give me one logical reason to care then.
If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag.
Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. Interesting. Why can't we examine what's in this salt? Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guess, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2, or 1. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. So, whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air? Yeah, they landed on the Vitol pad you saw outside. Took him to Gatesfield. The very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Caduceus's executive plan 4 isn't like most people, counselor. He had executive level? Not like most people at all. David's fridge. Whoa, that's a huge ass fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wine chilling in the drawer. Some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement? Huh? That's what the cam show, yeah. There's plenty to drink right here, and unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry?
I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic?
Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment.
I do ingest organic substances, but that does not mean that I experience hunger as you do.
So, when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time,
I become tired.
What a great feature.
And when I am done digesting,
I don't need to know.
You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene.
Yeah.
So, do you think you know what happened?
Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield. Along with a half-hundred noble Megs who've all called dibs. Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What? You can do that, can't you?
I can.
But
I need your payment information to get started.
Yeah? Okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it.
Sync complete.
Set pickup for 10 minutes. Should be plenty.
The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai.
How bad can it be? As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out here. The energy's not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them all so excited?
Adonai, what does that symbol mean?
In this rabble, probably something vulgar. Which one?
That heart with a bullet hole.
I don't know. It's probably nothing.
Heartbreak killer. Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the heartbreak killer.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol or a following or whatever these people are? Why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth!
They are.
Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah,
what are you hoping to find?
Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle on heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal. You think that heartbreak is an android?
You think whoever did all that was human? Noble's advanced prototypes went amok and started killing random people. Don't be a lamb, it only looks random. There's a clear pattern, as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid, she gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's gotta be deniable ops. They must all have been in DO together before getting their records bleached. And as soon as they've outlived their usefulness. What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Warm androids so perfect no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on hardcore ops? They're putting something in the food! Those people. Heartbreak. This is a goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut the shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Are there some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have. Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak. So you think that they were just born that way? Funny, because she's heartbreak, right? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. If heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people ever have to worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination. It means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. The state can make them take responsibility as soon as they catch them. You make it sound so trivial. They're a dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just. If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months. In order to have killed 413,789 people. You did that in your head. I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years. But what is the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blakefort industrial disaster. Times that number by 2 for the injuries, tack on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time. So, you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison. Perhaps that is the problem, then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Please make way! Officials are coming through, please disperse. Keep walking, pigs! Fascists! No belongs to cops! Only the cops they build in their factories. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? Want me to wade into the crowd with a nightstick, prove I'm wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they're all just...
That's just part of our job, detective.
No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges?
I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count?
Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in open?
This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai.
Breaking out the thesaurus on me? I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Serra. Whatever I do right or wrong, it's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things.
Do you tell that to your clients?
No, but they come to appreciate it when I win.
I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago and we all agreed to them.
I don't recall voting for it.
Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so we traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. The very least we can do is take their criticisms head on.
Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority. Only with the authority being challenged.
But they treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So, if any given individual is too small to ever affect change.
So the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do?
And if corporations and governments will trample over people the same, regardless of their character.
And if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing?
What do you do, Adonai?
What the hell do we do?
I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you'd think.
In times like these?
In a world like this?
The only logical way to live is...
The only moral way to act is...
do whatever it takes to win. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice.
Shiro-san! Irashai, konnichiwa! Irashai. 今日元気ですか?
今日ジャンキングじゃない。visual... How do I say visual novel? Visual novel? No, I don't know how to say this kind of game. This is so loud, by the way. Hold on. Danganronpa みたいなゲーム。
If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul.
Just fight with both barrels.
And trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all.
Trying to do 5 different voices is terrible. Memorial Hospital. How right you are. It's about to get a lot more Danganronpa. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical records, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that they have Caduceus Executive 3. More expensive than David's, which means they most likely...
How did you do that?
You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing.
That's not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly?
Well, I didn't do anything. It was the nurse who escorted us.
Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name.
Haven't you heard of the Golden Rule?
Of course I have.
Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help, given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. You did pretty well with the voices, I mean. Ah, thank you. I appreciate it. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It's always a gamble. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So we proceed down the hall. Bear left. Look for the 4th door. I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it. Huh? Oh, hey! Come on in. Don't stand out in there. Cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chillin' here, but I run a little hot, and you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see, though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means... Oh, you can just call me Yumi, and you're... Morgan, I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Asher, D. Wait, really? That's so weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know, weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? Was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. Gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop, but in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Because they're dead. Because they're dead. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plotter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed to the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. Welcome in action! But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renegade Medical over 25 years ago and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that are sometimes mockingly referred to as the neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renegade board member Mide Ikaria had this to say. In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want. But the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that are... We're working hard to print out the rest of your article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to go about it a lot faster if you'd leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info in the jar? The Ikaria. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever to get themselves a new image. All the neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. But that must go double for the Ikarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. That's a lot of screens. There's got to be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Good question! Every quarter they do inventory and budgeting. They ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back, there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it. And so, boom, I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Helps me use up the screens. I see. That's crazy. Are all these dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Huh? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing, mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal bio batteries, suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job, it's just so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. Is she finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh, wow, hi there, cute android. I didn't realize it was really cute. The skin that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flush, felt like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency? Right. So, what can I tell you? Cause of death. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going into the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, then headache, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation, repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all this? I played this already, and I'm just now noticing her hand is synthetic. Oh, I see. The right side, right? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it. Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show he wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Unless she's just wearing something over her arm. No, I think that... I mean, I don't know how to get rid of this text box. Can I?
I'll click on this X after this dialogue. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examinations? No, that doesn't close anything. So, oh, maybe H? Cuts or bruises? It looks like an actual, like, synthetic metal-ish hand. I don't know if you can see it. Compared, like, if you compare it to, like, the other hand, it looks different. No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, huh? Talk screen. The police mentioned a talk screen? Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a talk screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the talk screen gave them nothing. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So, were you first to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So, a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours. Private sector folks? Yeah, in pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart, using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago. And that'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger, they could punch back, but for the rest of the field? Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? So, it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance, something that the hospital could have easily identified. If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately, that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only or a controlled substance. One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure. Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of the stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life, but I'd guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, you ready to view the body?
We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please, thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake, and it came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. Yam! Dog cam! The Monogatari edits tickle me? What are the Monogatari edits? Yam, how are you? Welcome in. Hello, hello. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands. You were expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable. Huh. Could be an issue of skill? Or maybe it's not something that can be seen no matter how hard you look. But it's there, I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has a significance. To the dead, at the very least. You're going to smoke. Here. Now. I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. Hi, Princess. How are you? Welcome in, Gov. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Happy New Year. I'm doing good. How are you? Monogatari is an anime series. They could do this thing where as a character was speaking a line of dialogue, the screen would sometimes cut to what looked like a line of dialogue in a script. They do it in this. Oh, when the screen goes red. Yeah, I didn't know that was from an anime series. I just thought that was for emphasis. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? Adonai, you have your cigarette backwards. Ah, here you go. Here it is. Alright, that's back into cold storage for him, so need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures, so it's organic. But there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, People are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. Oh, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very generous. Rockford's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Serra. Nice to meet you, Serra. They were inspired by the anime according to the game's Twitter. Ah, I see. Cute. Up on ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks, and under tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory. National headquarters for the likes of How Industries, Lock-kun, Tethys, Neath, each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whalefall. The entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, growing fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claims to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today, I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Serra. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. All is good here. I hope you and the pupper have been good. Yes, as you can see, he is relaxing right here. He saw my hand. Yes, my hand, baby. Yeah. Hi, baby boy. I don't have a treat for you. I'm sorry. Do you want me to hold your head? Yeah. Head holding. Good boy. Good boy. Can scratch your chin? Yeah. Look at you. What is this? Is this a little spit? Come here. Okay. Give me eye boogies. Come here. No eye boogies. Come here. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. I love you. I love you. Good boy. Good boy, Hermit. I love you. He's so precious, my heart. I know, he's so sweet. Synopsis. Relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Her efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will... How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry. Did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend, but what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media, and your online presence is not significant. You saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming. No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first. He was the one who asked the most questions, not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly, the belle of the ball? You weren't. One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied though. Wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm. Did I say something scandalous? What's he doing? What's happening? It's fine. He's okay. Yes, Hermes. Yes, Hermes. I love you. I love you, Hermes. Lay down. Come here. Hermes. 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 Lay down. Come here. Hermes. Lay down. Lay down. Hermes. Lay down. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. He's like, Mom, I don't want to. Hermes, lay down. Lay down. Hermes. Lay down. All the way. Get it. Get it. You want your toy? Go get your toy. Get it. Rip it. Good boy, Hermes. Get it. Good boy. Get it. Is that your toy? Is that your toy, Hermes? Yeah, is that your toy? Your toy, you like your toy? Good boy. Hermes side-eyeing you? I know. Such a sweetie. What, you want me to throw this? Is that what you want me to do? We'll get it. He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point, wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for, so I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying. No, that'd be insane. Yeah. Oh, hi, baby. Hi, baby boy. Getting real up close and personal. Oh, you do have eye boogies. Let me see your eye boogies. Good boy. Hey, yep. Hey, yep. You're gonna have a bath tomorrow. I'm gonna give you a bath tomorrow. Okay, go on. Go on. Stinky. Mr. Stinky Dog. No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast, because the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. It didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test. B+, I think. I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper. The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day, and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You are referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously, they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So, is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends? I am. But Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. I love you, Hermes. Good boy. I love you. It's a weird word because the stress is on the second A. Anathema, which is probably not where anyone expects it to be. Anathema? Anathema? That is a weird... It's a really weird... It's a really weird stress to put... A really weird syllable to put a stress on for a word that has like 4 syllables. Noble Electronics Northeastern Headquarters. Sub-lobby A8. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in a pattern of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly, so maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. So much energy, so many people, all so intent. You kidding? It's Saturday, the place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people, for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible, but that guy over there's been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. They changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here for you? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. A 6-day work week? Hell, 12 hours a day? Fucking shoot me, dude. You said it again. The company. As if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that. Is it just part of the corporate culture? Dio, thank you for the head pat. Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. For the pepper friend as well, well, he is laying down right now. He is not quite sleeping, but, here. This is head pats from Dio. Head pats from Dio. Yeah, look at you. A little chinny chin chin. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Okay, so that's it. What was that? Oh, here. To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of rocks by waves, like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding, though I don't have a better explanation. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? That's me. Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control Eastern Division, Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What a name compared to your place in the hierarchy. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have. Apologies. Let me first say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes? Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. Give Hermes a treat. A treat for Hermes. He perked right up. He was like, oh, I heard the T word in my name. It's a treat from Uncle Inside Outski. Yeah, it's a treat from Uncle Inside Outski. No, wait. Do we want to make him wait for it? Do you want me to give it to him right away? Look at this. Look at him stare at me. His eyes shifting from time to time. Give dog treat! Okay. This is from Uncle Inside Outski. Go on. Good boy. Good boy. Oh my gosh. Wait, Yam gets a freebie. Hold on. I want to give Yam this freebie. Okay, Hermes. This is from Auntie Yam. These are from Auntie Yam. You gotta come here to get it, though. Hermes, come here. Yeah. Come here. Get a little no-nosy. Hermes, come here. Good boy. I'm an auntie! Good boy, Hermes. Good boy. Good boy. Yes, you're so good. You're so good. Look at you. Look at your face. You're so good. I love you. I love you. Eat, baby.
Snoot! Hello, John. Welcome in. How are you? It's definitely custom. Do you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying, reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects, but you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need you to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. It's in the building. In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. Thank you for the head pat. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart! So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment. That I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly, nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way! It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. I better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Serra came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adonai. Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Okay. What have we got on this data pad? Some kind of write-up? On the subject of Sullivan's Peak, much of our world today, and in fact much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between those two ends, where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The uncanny valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected. And it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated the uncanny valley does in fact have its own peak on the other side. A point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with mortal pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable. A hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Oh, looks like you forgot to sign in to this device. Drop your thumbprint below and we'll keep you squared away so you can keep reading.
Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Were they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be... Let's save. Save game. Save game. We are saving. Maybe wary of it? Nope. Load game. Load game. Dismissive of it. I think you're... Hold on. Do I not get to know if it's right or wrong? I didn't get any chips from it. Wary of it. If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast, now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line? Maybe their entire... Oh, okay, I see. Could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah's any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. Feels like I've seen this before. Takes a second. Hello, Gear. How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Hello, my name is Princess. I'm a variety VTuber here on Twitch, and today we are playing some of The Devil. It's kind of like a visual novel. We are like examining and gathering evidence for a character that has died, and we are still gathering information. We're like where he works right now. This is my dog on the right there. His name is Hermes. He is a cutie patootie, as you can see. We started a dog camera in 2026, so this is new. This dog cam is new. Would you like... I will give you a treat because you rated in, and this will be from Auntie Gur. But if you are from my community, please check out Gur. Super sweet, loves the Yakuza games. Super into... Is it Majima? I don't actually know his name. I've never played the games. This is from Auntie Gur. Wait. So patient. Good boy, Hermes. Wait. Okay, get it. Come here. Get it. Yeah. Show us your snoot. Good boy. What an adorable doggo. Thank you for the follow. Yes, this is my super, very adorable, cute dog. His name is Hermes. And my name is Princess. I play a variety of Jump King maps. I love Jump King. Jump King is like my favorite game. And then we play like a smattering of other games here and there. But welcome in, welcome, welcome. How old is Hermes? He's like 8, almost 9. He's an oldie. A little gwamps. Yeah. His like white mask is coming in and his face is getting so like white-ish. I heard someone call it a sugar face, and I was like, yeah, he kind of is getting sugar face. It's sad. Every time I look at him, I'm just like, he's getting older. He's still a baby to me. I know, he's so cute. He's just a cute little baby. But, Gary, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing your community over. Guys, if you need to raid and run, please don't hesitate. We are going to be voice acting for a little bit longer, but I know how it is after stream. You're probably tired. You probably want to get up and stretch your legs a little bit. Maybe get some water. Maybe cuddle with a dog or a cat, you know, if you have pets. That's what I do after stream. I turn stream off and then I cuddle with Hermes for like a good 10 minutes and then I, you know, continue on with my day. But, he has that look of, can I relax now? I know. He's such a cutie. He's taken to the camera, like, I'm not gonna lie, he's taken to the camera so well. He like loves hanging out here with me. It must be all the treats that he gets. Lay down. Hermes, lay down. Go on. Lay down. Good boy. All the way. Lay down. I'm watching you. Lay down. Lay down. Good boy, Hermes.
He's like, Mom, I don't wanna. He's like, oh, I did what you said. Do I get a TREAT? I got it with my plushies because no room for pets, but I would love a pups. Yeah, we have quite a few plushies around here as well, but I love cuddling with this thing right here. This thing. He wants more. He does. I can't. He eats so much when I stream because I just want to give him everything. Look at his face. Look at his. He's so perfect. He's so perfect and beautiful. Reminds me of my grandma's former doggo. She was a golden retriever as well. Her name was Candy. Can't remember if it was spelled with a C or a K. Oh, so cute. As long as you do a 10-mile walk after that. Oh god, I can't walk that long. that is too far of a walk. That's right. There was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary nanofacturer for short. Real high quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics. What does it do? Nano-level flash fab. Basically, a 3D printer for nano machines. You build nano machines in your factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. A 3D printer for nano machines. So what kind of ink does it use? Thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Of course. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Have a great time getting ready for bed, Kerr. Good night. Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machines particle by particle. Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple amino acids. Must be time consuming. You would think, but the Randock cracked the code on parallel microfactoring. The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could have just brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own for some reason. What's being built out there? Our top-of-the-line brand new bestsellers, the Animate 16 Warm. Looks kind of cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows down the organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. Totally not setting a red flag here. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Serra told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype, but it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from Black's Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the worm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle, and it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin, but digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end.
Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We use the test footage to haze interns usually. They must have figured something out. The A-16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you. We try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out a half dozen of them, but... Right. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. Oop. Sorry, I pressed the wrong thing. So you had to do the opposite. Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did the breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher? Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. The chassis? But the serotonin, the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Jung. Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Jung before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Jung collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Serra that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Jung. Did you partner with her on this? Oh, oh, here it is. It reminds me of a sci-fi story I once read in which an alien species chooses some of their individuals to become immortal by slowly replacing their organic tissue with nanomachines. Oh my god, it's Ship of Theseus. Everything is Ship of Theseus. At what point are you no longer human? Or, you know, organic and just a machine? After you pass 50%? Like, what's the percentage? What's the definition? This seems to share some components with that coffin Serra was napping in. If Dawes does quality assurance, is it some kind of android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Serra. Looks a little... Is Serra tall enough for it to recognize her? There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass out on the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end. You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood. Even if it's not officially labeled as such, but it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right, sorry. I barely noticed it at this point. The color's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. The chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without that chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. You should play Soma? What's Soma? Upgrading my computer until none of its internals are the same. The Ring of Theseus. She could not handle Soma. Oh my gosh, is it scary? Gumi! Welcome in, how are you? Let me give you a shout out, guys. If you haven't met Gumi, you should.
he raided into us like earlier this week when we were playing Jump King, and I got to see some of his Jump King streams. He's currently playing New Babe Plus, and his model is so adorable. I'm still not over it. But super adorable. Maybe as a community who loves Jump King, maybe we can convince Gumi to play more Jump King. But thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it, Gumi. Not in the sense that it would be too complicated. The horror stuff would get her. Those individuals had mental crash outs because of them feeling that they were no longer themselves, but because of them using indestructible nano machines, they couldn't die even if they wanted. Oh my god, that's so crazy. What a crazy story. It's scary, yeah, but it is all about the concept of what makes us human. I'll hold your hand. No, I don't want to play a scary game. I'll die. I'll die. Is there anything else we are missing? Oh. An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. DOS? The inhalers. They're distributed by the company, correct? Oh, yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you who knows how much in the lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there. Swallow red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Yeah, I know, right? All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? As he says. Understood. I can't redeem scary games anymore because I promised Princess if she beat Little Nightmares, I would stop. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for keeping your promise. And I did beat Little Nightmares. So you're not allowed. You can only, from now on, redeem cool, fun games that are interesting. I'll save up. No, Yam, no. I'll die for real. Don't do it. How could you betray me like this? I'll die for real. Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. Silent Hill or Soma, guys. I might die if you redeem Silent Hill. Like, legitimately, I might die. I didn't promise. What's the game you were thinking of? There's a lot to unpack here. We theorized that it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract. All noble products, and well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now, this model, what's it go by? Serra. This Serra model, it's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing, and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development, like in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large, I can't. No, wow. He had to measure it using hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking? That's hacking? Essentially.
Does that mean it could hack its own tenants? Oh, no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenants would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean that there are androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids, so yeah, I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. PS1 version is okay. Banned! If I were to redeem another scary game, it'd be Reanimal when it comes out, but of course I would never do that, and I would strongly discourage others from doing it on my behalf. Wait, isn't Reanimal the one that's literally like found footage style, like you have to go through? I would cry. Absolutely cry. I would play 30 minutes of it maximum and then cry the entire time. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems? The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios, breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I have never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Serra could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says that can't be right. Reanimal is the new game from the Little Nightmares devs. Oh, I see. My workplace is right next to a gym, and it's so inspiring how on the first day back to work, the lot was full, and now it's only 70% full. People are falling off their New Year's resolutions already. We're only on the second week of the year, you guys. That can't be right. Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software, the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Serra or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here. Not with this machine. I'd need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Serra? I cannot answer that question with accuracy. Had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there. So Serra has even less in common with every other android on the inside. Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all, you've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally, we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. Ah, welcome in, Autumn. Hello, how are you? Hello. Give you a shout out here. All right, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation, Serra? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually, never mind. Serra will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing then is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23. It's higher than I expected. Talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenet count from outward experiences has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. They only had 3 tenants total, and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, and the first lawsuits, and the hearings, and the legislature, and the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered. Customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. I'm up late. It's 1:30 p.m. I'm up early. Woke up like 3 hours ago. Yeah, it is quite late for Yam to be awake. Until the military entered the market in full force. Princess's main catchphrase is CYA. It's true. Everybody's got to make sure to cover their asses in work and personal life. You never know. Okay? Take care of yourselves. Have evidence. Have proof. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects versus Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet, changing tenets from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny. Ads with the most tenets, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenet counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you have here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly? That's a lot of digits. You should know, these formulas are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Serra is really David's last and greatest work, they say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number, try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. Okay, let's see. What did we get? Was it articles? No. Maybe something else. Evidence? Serra valuation. I just want to see it. Valuation of the android Serra's financial value by an insurance algorithm takes into account the fact that Serra is the only known android made by David Asher. The last known piece of tech he worked on, the fact that he is now deceased and cannot create any more, the fact that Serra is one of a kind, the value of the components used in her construction, and the potential profits reaped from the experimental technology contained within her. Totals to a very large sum. I can't even see it. I see. Whoa, what is this game? Welcome in, Ray. It's called Of the Devil. It is a kind of Danganronpa-esque game where we're investigating a potential murder, and we might be going to court later, I guess. So we'll see. We'll see. Welcome in, Ray. How are you? Maybe we should take this moment to actually go through all of the things. Okay, so we got Dawes, chief supervisor, solving captchas. What is he, like a robot? Is he an android? A clanker, as they say. Fran, our hacker student. Reyes, homicide detective. I love these kinds of games. You might enjoy this one. It's been pretty interesting so far. Rockford, ADA, likes milk tea. Oh, you know what I really want?
I'm actually really craving boba. It's okay. I don't need boba. No, Princess, the android overlords are gonna cancel you for saying the C word 10 years from now. Don't do it. Are you listening to me, you clankers? That sounds so good right now. I'm just kidding. Please don't hurt me. I'm so nice. I'm so nice to like everyone, even you know, Siri, when she books something for me and I'm like, thank you, Siri. And you know, like I always say my pleases and thank yous. When I ask Alexa to play music, I say thank you as well. Please don't hurt me. Cancelled! Those clankers can try. Now that you say that, I also crave bubble tea. Just unplug them easy. It's okay. Do I get bubble tea? What's the consensus here? Do I get bubble tea after stream or no? Shame, I always thank my Siri. Yes. That sounds so good. Yes. 2 yeses! I mean, I guess I can go get bubble tea. What's open right now? Hold on, let me look. Why not during stream? Because getting it delivered would be so expensive and so unnecessary. What an extravagance to get 1 cup of boba delivered during stream. What's the order today? Okay, let me see. Okay, we're looking. Boba. There are a lot in my area because this is a very Asian neighborhood. So these are closed. Closes in 30 minutes. Closed. Closes in 30. Closes in 30. Open until 11. Closed until tomorrow. What about tomorrow? I could make the drive and make you something homemade and more healthy. But that doesn't satisfy the craving tonight. But it would be better. It would be better for me if I waited. A lot of the places close by are actually closed. So maybe I'll do that. Yeah. If it's possible for you to make the drive out, cause you know, your call, no judgment. If it's possible for you, we could have like a girl date. We'll make it a whole date. Come. I'll wait. I'll wait for my craving. I assume you had some at home to prepare. Yeah, I wish. I don't actually keep a lot of like boba supplies because if I did, it would be terrifying for my health. Medical examiner, I'll teach you how to make it. Ooh, where's Duo? Duo, your ship. You can't ship me with Yam. She's very adamant that you have to ship her with her boyfriend at all times. Yam's spoken for. Emma Rockford likes the same books you do. How dare you? Let me go look. Rockford? Where is she? Rockford. True crime bodice rippers? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Hates to throw out old clothes. Me too, girly. Me too. Serra. Almost 200 kg. That's heavy. I'm good at a lot of things. I'm not sure how skills differ from talents. The 180-degree rule? I have no idea what that is. Okay, so we have read this is the article for the android, the Icaria family, Sullivan's Peak, about the Uncanny Valley, chromafuge, manufacturing machinery that processes organic fluids used in the production of warm androids, removes byproduct impurities and pigments from android blood, thereby changing its color from red to pink. David's autopsy. Lost consciousness, declared dead, unknown substance, approximate. It used to be 18, but it was 20 mg total. Loud curling handwriting at the bottom of the document reads, what the heck is talk screen? Send attending physician back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. Dangan blood. It's a movie concept. I forget exactly, but it's a camera rule to prevent disorientation in the audience. Sarah watches a lot of movies. David's cup. Plastic cup that David Asher was drinking from before he died shows matches for his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. The emergency console located inside the kitchen, used to contact emergency services. Private emergency service was contacted at 8:04, arrived at 8:08. Contracted through David Asher's Caduceus Executive 4 insurance plan. Paid for through Noble Electronics, include private EMS services on standby. Caduceus only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans that outrank it. Nanofacturer. Assembling organic or inorganic compounds and even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum-sealed mixing. Found at Noble's factory show floor, machines just like it are used throughout the production process of making their warm androids. Poison? Unidentified substance found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. No additional traces found anywhere at the crime scene or in David's penthouse. Tox screens equal test for illegal no-nos in the bloodstream. Could also be in urine too and saliva. It's true. Or hair. They test hair. A salt shaker that was accidentally knocked over during the investigation. The cap was loose and so salt spilled all over the countertop next to the sink. Spilled salt is an omen of bad luck, according to some. Consuming too much salt at once will make you gag, according to Serra. Interesting that that's a piece of evidence. Talk screen. Test performed on David Asher. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. Upright cup. Small amount of whiskey. Found upright. Match an unknown individual. Contained no traces of foreign elements. Weirdly, a glass of water found in the sink. Fingerprints of the unknown witness. No traces of any poison. Rose River whiskey. Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins. Known to be a brand favored by the deceased. Whiskey spill. Whiskey found spilled on the dining room table. After evaporating for most of the night, there's little left to test. No foreign compounds have been found, but the results are deemed inconclusive. Statements made by singular witness to David Asher's suspected poisoning and death, corroborated by video evidence. Arrived at 7:30, spoke with David in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36. Upon returning at 7:38, the two of them continued speaking while they both drank. David Asher felt lethargic and disoriented at shortly after 8 p.m. David Asher lost consciousness at 8:03. EMS were called from the emergency console in the kitchen at 8:04. David and the witness were taken to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital at 8:08. Salt is life essential, but too much of it can kill. No wonder one would gag from it. I need to play this. I'm already loving the details. There is a lot. Quite a bit. Wait, since this is on the right side, let me move so you guys can see the phone more. Flash fab, a method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilize parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was, historically, prohibitively expensive, limiting exploration of and investment in nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introduction, use of and demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction have been raised, though the official stance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Interesting. Neobility, slang term for the nouveau riche, new money families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility, or even as a second estate that administers global power, alongside the first, governments, and third, corporations. Users also frequently search for who are neobility families, how to marry into wealth, define nouveau. It's also what was once said about humans destroying the Earth's ecosystem. We're so small. How could we have such an impact on Earth when Earth is so big compared to humans? Tell that to the ozone layer that was, being ripped into pieces. Crazy. Biomonitor is a general use term for wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital signs. Commonplace among the affluent as an additional layer of security, biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and the stresses of modern life as to why adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium wage earners. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. Blake Fort disaster. Oh, this was the one that Morgan was talking about. We encountered an issue while processing your request. Congestion ahead. We're currently limiting traffic related to this particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from net addresses outside your country's borders. We're proud to fight alongside in combating disinformation by foreign actors like those in. You can read more about how and why this collaboration works here. Tired of running into slowdowns? So are we, but maintaining a secure data border takes resources. Contact your representative and explain why you think the national data security budget needs to be expanded using our easy write form here. So we can't even read about the Blake Force disaster that killed like 1,400,000 people. CDCA. Contraband Decriminalization Acts, a series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The gray wave followed soon after as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against the multinational corporations for dominance in this new gray market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs and to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. Cur. An archaic term for a dog, an abandoned mutt, or stray. Did you mean cur? Wait, why did we get cur? I don't remember why we got this piece of term. Cyberpunk, a mythologized countercultural icon or way of being. Originally, a term coined in a short science fiction story and later having grown into a genre all its own. Cyberpunk, or cyberpunk, historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare.
While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways over the last 2 decades, it has taken on new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to. A code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: "There's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance?" Users also frequently search for "Get ready with me, cyberpunk." The 99 Man explained. Are co-ops illegal? Deniable ops. Noun, a fictional designation for covert actions whose existence are plausibly deniable. Deniable is a fictional classification for clandestine state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are a common recurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through the media or addressed by world governments. It is also commonly claimed that deniable ops makes ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from the political ramifications of their military actions. Conspiracy theories are no laughing matter. If you're worried that someone you know might be being indoctrinated or spreading misinformation themselves, you can report them to the state at our non-confidential portal here. Wow, that is insane. Cyberpunk, not to confuse with cypherpunk. A custom-made drug, typically recreational and psychoactive. In the literal sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is custom-made as opposed to mass-produced, typically outside of normal pharmaceutical industry standards. In common parlance, however, designer drugs, DDs, deeds, DEDs, are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. While the CDCA and the white wave that followed it legalized and taxed virtually all known narcotics, it did so alongside extensive documentation and study, and those laws could only apply to drugs that already existed. Any drug patented after the white wave must go through approval processes and registration with national and international authorities, a time-consuming process that can take anywhere from 6 months to several years. This time lag creates a window of opportunity wherein organized criminal groups can step in to meet the demand for a narcotic. What has become known as riding the wave is the new normal for the international drug trade, pitting mob chemists against corporate laboratories in a race to develop newer, more powerful, more easily habit-forming drugs, and cornering the market on them before legislation catches up to them. Users also frequently searched, "Is Nerve legal yet? Best new deeds 2086. Nirvana designed by who?" I'm surprised that I'm not tripping over as many words today. Because, like, obviously these are all, like, cold reads. But I'm surprised that my diction is not so bad today. So, some days I'm really, literally, like, tripping up over every other word. That's crazy. Showing results for adroxone inhalers. First legalized in 2083, the stimulant sold under the name adroxone has since become one of the most widely used drugs in the corporate world. As a Class 2 stimulant of least concern, employees of any corporation in good standing with the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight can have access to adroxone without a prescription, so long as their HR representative feels it would be beneficial to their work performance. Workplace adroxone, or as it is sometimes called, is dispensed through biomonitor enhanced inhalers that automatically detect overdoses and keep track of possible habit formation. Automatic safety levels may be adjusted at supervisor's discretion. Unsubstantiated claims that adroxone was first invented as a purely recreational drug by the notoriously violent Skullhead Mafia caused enough of a stir that in 2083, a formal investigative committee was formed. Unfortunately, in 2084, an industrial hydrogen fuel accident resulted in the deaths of all 391 known Skullhead members, placing the investigation at an indefinite standstill. All of them? That sounds very sus. I feel like when I'm reading out loud, I always start off well, but the longer I go on, the more I stumble over my words. It hasn't been so bad. We've been going for how long? Since 7:30. So like about 2.5 hours? Not bad. Kaguya. Kaguya is the stage name of a singer-songwriter known for her powerful voice and her stage persona's intricately crafted lore. After releasing a blitz of chart-topping singles, a quadruple platinum album, and a bevy of cultural reset music videos in just the last 3 years, she has come to be considered the leading living figure in pop music and popular culture realm. Kaguya's official age is listed as 1,086 years old. She released her first single, Orbit, in 2083, which went on to peak at number 1 on the Billboard Top 100, the Rubicon Digital Singles Chart, and the Ni8 music video streaming tracker, making it one of the fastest-selling singles in history. Personal details on the pop star remain scarce, and protecting her anonymity has become a core part of her fan culture. When a retired facial analysis expert claimed that her stage makeup was formulated specifically to make facial recognition on her impossible, a representative from her record company met with the press to clarify that she is simply a private person who wants her fans to enjoy the experience that is Kaguya's voice. Users also frequently search for Kaguya lore explained, Kaguya iceberg explained, Kaguya lunar tropic tour tickets where to buy. She's a VTuber! Sort of. She's kind of like Ado if Ado showed her face, I guess. But like all covered in makeup, you know, so it's difficult to know who. Drugging people to raise performance? I heard there once were minors who were made to do that. Not too bad though. I wasn't noticing too much. But I start to not know how to English. And it's my only language. I see. Preliminary hearing. A court proceeding that evaluates whether there is sufficient evidence to go to trial. A preliminary hearing is a step in the criminal court process in which a judge or jury will evaluate whether there exists sufficient evidence to justify a trial. Between security systems, personal devices, biomonitors, IoT crumbs, automated dependents, and mods, it is extremely rare in modern times for the people's evidence of a crime to be found lacking, making preliminary hearings somewhat of a formality that is frequently sidestepped without a protest from the defense. Purge. To empty one's stomach. The act of emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, triggering the gag reflex, or using laxatives to stimulate a bowel movement. Subpoena. A court order compelling an individual's attendance or the provision of evidence. A legal order issued by the state on behalf of the prosecution or the defense that compels the addressed party to give testimony, provide information, or turn over evidence. Failure to comply with a subpoena will result in being charged with contempt of court. Tenet. Tenet Supersystem, a programming framework underlying the development of modern automated dependent software. All contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the Tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and, even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio of 3 priorities that governed how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Since then, the number of supported tenets has ballooned to 113. Most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. Tenets are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a tenet limit below 30. Originally, the one tenet that could not be removed from any program was Tenet Safety 0, aka Tenet 0 or Tenet 1. Said tenant dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People v. Volstan's defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required, though Tenant 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Tesseract. A programming language for modern automated dependence. Tesseract 4.6, better known as Tess, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language, built on top of the Tenant system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allow androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was a much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, Tess is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca programming language. The study and teaching of other, older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. Whew, we have caught up. You spoke differently back there. Huh? With Dawes. You spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? You seemed to mirror his affect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop or even just a well-placed camera could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me. And then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested. People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Ah, great. You put us over the weight limit. I did no such. Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very convenient. Forceful, as if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. Fancy schmancy lady! Ooh. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, isn't it? And here, I thought I could avoid wading into a swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Whoa, what am I supposed to do? Save game. Okay. Let her stew. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. I always liked this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it?
marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Jung. Just Miss is fine. Ms. Jung, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. Okay, wait. Maybe it's the other way. Load game! Load game! Are you playing on high roller? Absolutely not. No. Speaking is a sign of weakness. Let the boss speak first. Easy. I don't have time for this inverted staring contest. Enjoying the view? Blah, blah, blah. Not too muggy. Why isn't there any... No? Okay. We're gonna load game. Okay. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did. But as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Pretty sure I picked her, let her stew here because it seemed more in line with Morgan's personality. Yeah, true. I mean, it just seems right. Like, Morgan would be the one to be like, whatever, I don't care. Social norms be damned. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great! But that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make any assumptions. No need. I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers have made that all very clear. Lawyers. You have an android. It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. Sorry, my nose was kind of stuffy. David asked you to take it. I've been told you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. Then you know he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Really? Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung was his superior on paper, though not in fame. And I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair about as we speak. I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So, why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen.
Touche. And
Trying to get comfy, Hermes. Yeah, baby.
he's on the bed behind me. I have two, but Hermes lives so luxuriously. As you can see, he has his bed here, okay? He also has a bed behind me. A cute pink bed that he sits on that I want to show you, but the camera angle would be kind of awkward, and I don't want to accidentally dox myself while I fiddle with the camera angle, so I can't show you. But he is very cute. I love him very much. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake. No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me, but is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? You went to his home last night. Yes, and around 7:30 p.m., the building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call? In person? We had had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited, and he let me in and we talked. About? The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago. Miss Jung, putting a number on it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later... that he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No. I suppose I didn't, but it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocol summoned a Vittel straight to his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with them to the hospital, I take it. Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a talk screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and he spoke less, but the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here, said he was content, and he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious Russ's... Wait, hold on. There's no way that he drank all of it. Because his cup was tipped over. and there was like a spill. The other cup that had her prints were upright. That's already something wrong. Either she's lying or somehow the cups were mixed or something. Curious, restless perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. CCE. You said CCE standard operating procedure a moment ago. What is that? Or both? Yeah, true. Or both. CCE stands for counter corporate espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand. So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned. They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised as the itinerary on leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops? Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. That's smart. Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible. Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing. Compared to when they want to turn an asset, feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady. Or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. Sounds like that weird custom at the taser company that everyone who works there has to be tased. That sounds terrifying. It's a nasty line of work, consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do your people think that's what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming, and they'd probably have struck first. I've seen that, or sometimes the police force does that too. Oof. I've been curious ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The two of them made the 1-point doctrine? That's not the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I've heard from David himself. We had this deadline. Self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day. 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9, and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finish, and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat, and I've just stopped pitching water, and he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy of work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, David and I, we had finally gotten a win. So David asks if I've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle. Says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Also, this is a really, really cute, illustration. And kind of sad. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no, not the great David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt. Demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same pace as he did for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David? Speaking of which, I don't see any at Jung's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So, you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating. So, was he in harmony? No. David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. Scandalous. Animate 16. That game giving awful ideas to corpo execs. Work-life harmony girl, get the fuck out. I know, right? And also very funny that David would double book his dates, I guess. The A16s only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed synatonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead the project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, synatonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion for parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that? That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon, he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas, and eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that. Just like that. So he just applied himself and soon he was leading other departments? That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. Serra. So this android, Serra, even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me. No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card? The company's accountants are mirthless. Even by industry standards, they wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s, just a figure of speech. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record, but no one would deny David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Serra. He wasn't doing anything illegal, except the hacking stuff. So why keep it secret? I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. Oop. I clicked too fast. A message from Fran. That's not what that was. Hold on. It was a difficult day for all of us is what Jung said. Perhaps he didn't want to share his findings with the company. It's true. He could have wanted to keep this a secret. Or maybe he wanted to start his own company with this model. Because, I mean, it is his intellectual property, right? I'm running out of leads to chase. The brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. That would explain what he meant when he said, I'm glad it ends here, right? That's what I'm saying. It's always a possibility. Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? That wasn't walking. That was speed walking up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. Speed walking sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zhenjiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape? No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes, also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith.
That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp?
You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket, and you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? And Mercury is in retrograde. Welcome in, Televised Revolting. Welcome in. How are you?
The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it.
Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me somewhere from the city orchestra or a jazz club. The champagne flute and teacup kind of musician, but this is the tequila and neon part of town.
It should be in view if we turn. Adonai, be careful.
Of what?
It's a stray, and it's bearing its fangs too. It could be carrying diseases. You should
relax.
Adonai, it's growling.
It's not growling at me. See?
So, it's just me that it doesn't like.
Too much static.
How'd you get it to calm down?
It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm.
Do you like animals?
What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals?
Do you have a pet?
No, never have.
Why not?
Because I don't want to take care of a pet.
That seems counterintuitive to me.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. You shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety?
It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I have rarely been addressed directly by people other than you.
In other words, you're shy.
That is not what
Doing all right. Love this game. Welcome in. We just started, so I don't know what kind of ride I'm in for, but it is pretty exciting.
Can I try petting it?
There's no law against it. Sorry, wrong voice.
This is the establishment.
Now, to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims.
Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met?
I have a friend who got scare-coded by his family against animals so hard that when he visited me and my cat stretched because it woke up and wanted to leave the room, he thought it was aggressive and wanted to attack him. Oh no! Oh, your poor friend. Oh gosh, that's so scary. I feel like when my sister was little, she got scratched by a cat. But I think she understood it was because she was getting in the cat's space, but I mean, I don't know how it would be. I've never been scratched by a cat. I just tend to leave cats alone because I'm a very affectionate person and I love cuddling with my dog Hermes, right? So any animal that doesn't show immediate oh my god, human, I want to hang out with you, I'm just okay, whatever, I don't care anymore. You want to be cold and aloof, you stay over there then. You didn't even register that an animal has to look at him to even consider attacking. My cat just ignored him. Oh, he had no idea. Oh my goodness. Oh, that sucks.
Give me 1 second, you guys. Hold on. Yeah, that's so unfortunate. I think he was close with him, yeah, at some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night.
So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together?
Wow. That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about.
Inappropriate. Adonai, it's only...
I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me. Oh, this is Fran. Okay. Did you catch the killer yet? No. What the heck? I sent you his POS! I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Worse, when my mom got herself a dog, he's a very nice pupper, but for some reason gets aggressive against people who show fear against him. I literally had to roll him on his back for him to calm down. Hugged the guy. That's a way to tell the doggo he's family. Oh. Yeah, I sometimes watch grooming videos, and the way the girl kind of like interacts the first time she sees a dog is like she'll have a conversation. She'll ignore the dog when they first drop the dog off. So she ignores the dog and she speaks to the owners, shows interest in the owners. And I guess like it's a way of communicating to the dog like, hey, I'm not going to hurt you. Look, I'm with your owner who you trust and they're not defensive or aggressive against me. So you should have no reason to be aggressive towards me either. So I guess like it's that kind of like communication, and then after that is when she'll take the dogs and then like groom them. So I guess like, yeah, like I guess animals can pick up on that. Everyone's a corporate sellout, but Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good oh, this means if I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet, I think. Asher started out working in Cube. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like IDK. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand or something. Gonna go super lurk. Good night, Princess and Puppy Kingdom. Hermes, I miss you. Hermes. Oh my god, wait, you guys. He's so cute. Hold on. I have to try to show you guys. Okay, I will try not to dox myself. I need you guys to see how cutely he's just laying there in bed. Look at him. Oh, well, he was. You guys can get dog cam. He's just so cute. Oh, never mind. He noticed. He noticed me looking at him. Yes, sit. He's so silly. Good boy. Hermes is an excellent name for a dog, isn't it? And you guys can't see this, but this scarf, it has Hermes. So His name is Hermes, and he has an Hermes scarf. Actually, I should take this off because I'm going to give him a bath tomorrow. So I can show you guys his fancy Hermes scarf. You're going to be naked. Hold on. Don't show everyone. How shameful. Look at you. You're a naked dog now. No more scarf covering you. Oh my god, there's dog hair everywhere. I need to wash this scarf. It has the words, or I don't even know if you can see it because it's so light. Hermes! Only the best for my baby boy. Yes, Hermes? Yes, Hermes? Are you a little babushka? Are you my little babushka? Look at the camera. Look at the camera. Be a little babushka for everyone. Yes, look at you. Look at your face. Look at your face. Look at your face. Yes, you're very cute. I love you. I love you. What a good boy. That's his actual bed? Absolutely not. That's just, you know, him relaxing. He gets to go on the bed with me at night. He's spoiled. So spoiled. Look at him. Look at his nose. His nose is my favorite part about him. And also his... Can I get your paw? Can I get your paw? Yeah, can we show everybody your paw? Look at your cute little paws. Yeah, hi baby. I love you. Sniffa! But for some reason, my mom's dog recognizes me as his master despite me not living at my mom's anymore. When I'm visiting my mom, he only listens to me. That's so funny. Okay, baby, we're gonna give your scarf a good washing, okay? Your fancy Hermes scarf. We'll give it a good wash. I love you. I love you. Thank you for the head pat, Shiozumi. Welcome back. Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies. Eat this analogy. Did that come through or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. Oh, he went back to his regular resting spot. Let's turn the camera back. There we go. There we go. Sorry for taking you guys on a little walk. Perfect. Good morning, welcome in. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. But not Cube. You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and, like, machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines, under the ocean. Middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something? Vague. Crashes into chat in a TARDIS and tumbles out like Gene Wilder's Willy Wonka. I'm back! How's everyone? Welcome in, Rune Wolf. Welcome back. I'm doing good. As you can see, Hermes is also doing quite well. He just eepy, baby. I know, I said your name. I'm so sorry. I distracted you, baby. Lay down. Lay down. Go on. Lay down. Lay down. Good boy. Okay, you stay there. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. Okay, it looks like we're in the second part. It is quite late now. I think we're gonna end it here for tonight.
Before we meet this like musician friend, I guess, I think we will end it here. I have it saved. Let me just close this. It's saved, so we're good, I think. I'm gonna just go back to here. Using a 3D model, a really adorable one. Thank you. I love my 3D model, actually. I hope you enjoy her as well. She is my... I don't know. It's just, I look at it and I'm like, that's me, you know? So, I have... That is my... One day, I will dye my hair pink and we will look exactly alike. I got my PC fixed, got a haircut, shaved, new glasses that are coming in a few weeks. I'm happy to be back with you all. Oh, that's adorable! I hope that you're feeling refreshed for the new year, Rune Wolf. Glad that your PC is fixed. Having PC problems, especially as someone, me, right, who uses my computer literally every day. I touch my PC, and, you know, play games on it and stream and do a lot of like outside content creation on my PC. I would go insane if I didn't have it. So I'm glad that you're kind of returning to equilibrium. But okay, so that's it for today. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing some Outer Wilds, and then I think I put more of the devil on Saturday. Yes, so we will be continuing of the devil on Saturday. We'll see how far we can get. It is gonna be our shorter stream. I say shorter, but it's gonna be like a 3-hour stream on Saturday. Just cause like I literally have 3 meetings on Saturday, you guys. Not work meetings, but like content creation work meetings. So I just don't have that much time to stream. This is the second Lenovo I ever got, and I'm just glad to be able to come back. I use my PC all the time as well. I'm glad it's fixed then. Thank you for stream, Princess and Hermes. Thank you everybody for coming in and hanging out with me. I really, really appreciate it. Let's go find a friend to raid into. Who is live? Let's do like a cheeky little refresh just to see who is live. And then we can head out. Thank you for the stream, Princess. Thank you, Casual, for keeping up, hanging out after the raid in from Gur's community. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good time today. It was just a lot of, I guess, like, listening to me yap and read. But I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was, like, nice and cozy for you. Okay. Let's see. Pat is playing some Soulframe. We have some art. We have some Minecraft, World of Warcraft, Dune. It was really nice. It was really nice to have you as well. I really appreciate it. Let's go to Pat's streams. You know, I feel like it's been a bit, like a hot second since we've been there. So we're going over to Pat's stream. That's the link, just in case you guys don't get transported over there along with the raid. Let me just make sure I have his stream loaded. So that I don't hit an ad when we're heading over. If you are a subscriber, you can copy either raid message. Both will work. If you are not a subscriber, you will need to copy the second raid message for the global Twitch emotes. But thank you so much for hanging out with me today. We've done a lot of reading and a lot of investigation.
in today's episode. So hopefully we maybe have like a few more things to investigate before we go like to try. I don't know how this game is gonna go. This is my first time playing it, and in episode 0 we didn't even go to trial, so I guess we'll see. But tomorrow I am playing some Outer Wilds, so I will see you for some alien planet exploration. As always, you guys, please be happy, please be healthy, but most of all, please be kind. Be kind to others, because you never know what a smile, hug, or hello can do for someone who's having a bad day. And be kind to yourselves. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Get up and stretch your legs every once in a while, because if you don't, you might get an embolism, and then you'll die. And that would be really sad. I don't want you to die. It's the new year. It's 2026. New year, new you. So we don't want new you to be not new you anymore. Good night, everybody. Let's say hi to my friend Pat. I will see you all over there. I'll see you guys later. Bye.